Vice Chancellor, student affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, student affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, student affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, student affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, student affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, student affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, student affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, student affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, student affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, student affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, student affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, student affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, student affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, student affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, student affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please, are you okay? You serve? Sir. And represent. And I represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please, are you okay? You serve? Sir. And represent. And I represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please, are you okay? You serve? Sir. And represent. And I represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please, are you okay? You serve? Sir. And represent. And I represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please, are you okay? You serve? Sir. And represent. And I represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please, are you okay? You serve? Sir. And represent. And I represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please, are you okay? You serve? Sir. And represent. And I represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please, are you okay? You serve? Sir. And represent. And I represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please, are you okay? You serve? Sir. And represent. And I represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please, are you okay? You serve? Sir. And represent. And I represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please, are you okay? You serve? Sir. And represent. And I represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please, are you okay? You serve? Sir. And represent. And I represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please, are you okay? You serve? Sir. And represent. And I represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please, are you okay? You serve? Sir. And represent. And I represent the responsibility of government in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please, are you okay? You serve? Sir. And represent. And I represent the responsibility
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Raise up your hand. To serve and represent the
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Is raised up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Is raised up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Is raised up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Is raised up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Is raised up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Is raised up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Is raised up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Is raised up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Is raised up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Is raised up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Is raised up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Is raised up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Is raised up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Is raised up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Is raised up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in this election.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of government in
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Debate policies and shape the future of our university. Before we begin, please take note of the following rules of the SPEC Parliament. First, kindly silence your phones to maintain a focused and professional environment. Second, avoid using flashlight or any form of distracting light during the session. Third, speak softly to ensure a respectful and conducive atmosphere. Fourth, once the ceremony starts, no one is allowed to enter or leave the hall until the designated break session. We kindly request all members to take their seat as we prepare to begin.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent
Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
We now welcome the arrival of the Vice Speaker and the Parliament Secretary host. Let us show our appreciation with a round of applause. Thank you. Now, let us all rise together to sing the national anthem, Negaraku, followed by the UTP song. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. To seek blessing for today's proceeding, I would now like to invite Muhammad Hanif bin Henry to lead us in the Dua recitation. Please welcome.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. اللهم إنك خلق العظيم، إنك سميع العليم، إنك غفور رحيم، إنك رب العرش العظيم، إنك البر الجواد الكريم. Ya Allah, Ya Rahim, praise be to God of the Lord of the worlds. Peace and blessings be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companions, and for those who followed his example till the judgment day. Allahumma ya Allah, on this blessing morning, in conjunction with the student parliament sitting too, we beseech thee and grateful towards you in favor of all the infinite blessing to us, your humble servants, to live in safe and prosperous life. We seek your blessing for the flawless progress of this event from the beginning to the end. We seek your guidance to steer clear of the events that will be detrimental to the progress of this event. Ya Latif, Ya Rahman, please bless us with your tawfiq and hidayah. Please guide University Technology Petronas to greatness, peace, glory, and prosperity in this world and hereafter. Make us responsible intellectuals. Grant us with valuable knowledge, beneficial to mankind, to gain your Mabda'atillah. Make us your righteous servant that follows your commands and neglect the sinful act. Please forgive us for our wrongdoing. ربنا هب لنا من أزواجنا وذرياتنا قرة أعين واجعلنا للمتقين إماما. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. آمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
Thank you, Muhammad Hanif bin Henry. May our session today be smooth and fruitful. Once again, welcome to the UTP Student Parliament Sitting 2. It is truly an honor to witness passionate individuals come together to discuss and deliberate on matters that impact on our student body. Before we officially begin our session, I would like to briefly highlight the key rules and regulations that all members must follow throughout today's sitting. These rules are essential to ensure our discussion are conducted smoothly, fairly, and respectfully. First, kindly silence your phones to maintain a focused and professional environment. Second, avoid using flashlight or any form of distracting light during the session. Third, speak softly to ensure a respectful and conducive atmosphere. Fourth, once the ceremony starts, no one is allowed to enter or leave the hall until the designated break session. That concludes this briefing on the important rules and regulations for today's sitting. I trust that all honorable members will uphold this regulation fully to ensure an orderly, productive session. Thank you. Without further ado, let us proceed with the motion update by host and SRC.
Before we officially begin our session, I would like to briefly highlight the key rules and regulations that all members must follow throughout today's sittings. These rules are essential to ensure our discussions are conducted smoothly, fairly, and respectfully. The following are the rules. First, objective and purpose of the Student Parliament. The student the UTP Student Parliament serves as a platform for student leaders to voice concerns, propose solutions, and debate issues related to student welfare and campus life. Topics that can be raised include hostel conditions, academic matters, campus facilities, health, safety, and finance. The Parliament also acts as a check and balance for the Student Representative Council, ensuring their decisions and actions align with student interests. This Parliament also nurtures leadership, communication, and critical thinking skills among members, while promoting intellectual and constructive debate. Second, language of proceedings. The official language for all Parliament sittings is English. However, Malay may be used if permission is granted by the Speaker. Third, membership and attendance. The members of this parliament consist of all elected student representatives from each constituency, as well as all high committee members of the Student Representative Council. Attendance at all sittings is compulsory. To officially proceed, at least half of all parliament members must be present to form a quorum. If this quorum is not met within 30 minutes of the scheduled start time, the sitting will be postponed to a later date, not sittings 30 days. If the quorum is still not met at the postponed sitting, the meeting may proceed, but no changes to the standing orders may be made. Fourth, role and powers of the Speaker. The Speaker serves as the presiding officer of the Parliament sitting and is responsible for ensuring the sitting runs smoothly. The Speaker coordinates the agenda, grants permission for members to speak, enforces time limits, ensures that all speeches remain relevant to the motion being discussed, and upholds order and decorum in the chamber. The Speaker has the authority to issue warnings, suspend members, and in serious cases, expel members from the Parliament for up to one semester. The Speaker also has the power to approve or reject motions and amendments, adjourn meetings, and enforce all rules and regulations outlined in the standing orders. Fifth, procedures for motions. Motions must be submitted at least 9 days before the Parliament sitting for screening by the Student Parliamentary and Election Council. Approved motions will be circulated to the all members at least 3 days before the sitting. During the sitting, each motion presenter will have 7 minutes to present their motion, after which debate will open to the floor. Each member who speaks during the debate will have 5 minutes to present their arguments unless the speaker grants an extension. Once the debate concludes, the motion will be put to a vote, conducted anonymously with results announced by the speaker. Emergency motions may also be allowed at the discretion of the speaker, but only if they meet strict criteria. 6. Speaking rules and debate conduct. Only one member may speak at a time, and only after being recognized by the speaker. When speaking, members must stand and address the speaker directly. All speeches must be relevant to the motion being debated. Personal attacks, offensive language, or inappropriate remarks directed at other members are strictly prohibited. Members must refer to each other by their constituency or official title rather than by name. 7. Points of order and interruption. Interruptions are only allowed under two conditions. First, to raise a point of order if a member believes there has been a breach of the rules. And second, to seek clarification on a specific point made by the speaker, but only if the speaker grants permission. Any other form of interruption, such as heckling or speaking out of turn, is strictly prohibited. 8. Conduct and decorum. All members are expected to behave respectfully at all times during the sitting. This includes entering and leaving the chamber with decorum, avoiding unnecessary movement across the floor, and refraining from reading unrelated materials during the session. Members are expected to listen attentively when others are speaking. For the virtual sittings, members must turn on their cameras for the duration of the sitting unless the speaker grants permission to turn them off. Members must also keep their microphone muted when not speaking. Proper formal attire is required, which includes dark suits, blazers, corporate shirts, or other professional clothing for both male and female members. 9. Breaches and penalties. Certain behaviors are considered serious breaches of conduct and will not be tolerated under any circumstances. These include the use of rude, offensive, racist, or seditious languages, promoting anti government or anti university sentiments, or making statements designed to stir up hatred between different groups within the university. The speaker has designed the authority to immediately stop debates, remove motions that breach these rules, and expel members from parliament for up to one semester if they are found guilty of serious. 10. Time management. To respect everyone's time, parliament sitting must adjourn no later than 6:30 p.m. No extensions beyond this time are allowed under any circumstances. That concludes this briefing on the important rules and regulations in this sitting. I trust that all honorable members will uphold these regulations fully to ensure an orderly and productive session. Next, we will continue with a proof motion debate update.
This session shall not exceed 8 minutes to show progress of each motion. The bell will ring once after 8 minutes. If the speech is not finished within the next 30 seconds, the bell will ring twice, signaling that the Member of Parliament must immediately take their seat. The following is the latest update from the parliamentary session. After comprehensive deliberation and active engagement from all parties involved, several motions have been officially approved. These motions represent thoughtful steps toward enhancing student life, campus infrastructure, and overall academic experience at UTP. Motion 1. Implementation of new parking system for campus efficiency. This House supports the implementation of a new parking system to improve campus efficiency. This policy is a necessary step toward a more structured and sustainable parking system. It ensures fairness, improves mobility, and enhances safety. By enforcing stricter rules, students will be more mindful of their parking choices, reducing unnecessary violations and congestion. The motion has been passed, signaling a shift toward a stricter, more regulated parking system. While there are valid concerns from the opposition, the policy will undergo further review to address stakeholder feedback and ensure a balanced approach. A phased rollout and continuous assessment will be conducted to refine the system and mitigate any unforeseen issues. Now, I would like to invite Chemical Engineering to present the motion update.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Speaker, respected members of the Student Parliament, good morning, everyone. I stand before you today to present the progress of the motion of implementation of a new parking system motion progress. Assalamualaikum and good morning. So let's go through motion recap first. In the last parliament, I have presented about my motion, and there are two main problems that I stated in my presentation. The first one is about the parking. The first one is about the parking is located too far from student housing that can causing accessibility issues. And the second one, students can defer summon payments until graduation, which may reduce the enforcement of effectiveness. So, what is the proposed idea that I brought in the last parliament? The first one is to enhance the student mobility. For example, the students' micro mobility and the shuttle bus that we have in the UTP. And the second one is to revise the security regulations to enforce summon payments to every semester. Next. So let's see the outcomes of the motion progress. So the progress of this motion, I have to do it step by step. The first step that I take, this is the first one, which is the Micromobility Sandbox Project. It is a collaborative initiative between HSSE, SFOS, and also SRC, where we formalize the use of micromobility vehicles in UTP. For example, e-scooter, bicycle, e-bicycle, and etc. And this project is endorsed and supported by Malaysian Institute of Road Safety Research, MIROS, where it is an official organization that can help us to improve our student micromobility in UTP. What are we discussed in the workshop and all the meetings? The focus discussion on key micromobility issues, for example, speed limits, shared road usage, permitted vehicle types, and safety guidelines on the road. And the mandatory registration for all micromobility vehicles by the students. So this is the progress of the workshop and all the program that we have conducted with HESFOS and HSAC. So the first one, we have task force team workshop, where we together with HSSE and SFOS, together we discuss about what is the suitable rules and what is the main critical issues that comes from the students about micromobility itself. So we have a brainstorming session in the session where each one of us give the main ideas about the micromobility issues. For example, the types of micromobility that can be used, the types of micromobility that can be used in UTP, and the speed limits, and etc. The next one is about the micromobility registration. If you guys saw in the last event, which was on TIFF, where we opened a booth in that event to make sure that students register their micromobility, bicycles, and also e-scooter. So in that event, we actually have collected around 300 registration from the students, and we are actually targeting more students to register their micromobility. Why this is important? Because it is for the safety for the students. Once they registered their micromobility, actually we can track if the micromobility is lost or anything else. So the last one, next, is the workshop where the micromobility safe riding 2.0 workshop by Miros, where the Miros staff comes to UTP and handle a workshop with our students. And the workshop is actually joined by more than 20 students. And in the workshop, actually, the staff taught the students about the safety guidelines for the micromobility use in UTP. So what is the next steps after we have done the workshop with the students? And the next step is we will have a regular discussion with HSSE in terms of the rules and regulation for the summon rules. Because the first step, the proposed idea that I brought in the last parliament is about the student mobility, to enhance the student mobility. So the next step is we are going to focus on the rules itself. And at the same time, the facility enhancement will be made, such as improve parking signage and repaint the parking lines to ease the students to use all the parking facilities. And this is all have been discussed with the PMMD and HSSE. So I think that is all from me for the motion progress. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Chemical Engineering Constituency, for the motion update. For the next session, we will review upon Motion 3, Review and Optimization of the Regular Academic Timetable. This House supports the establishment of a designated lunch break within the academic timetable to enhance student well-being and productivity. The proposed revision aims to foster a more balanced and student-friendly academic structure. It is not about reducing study hours, but rather restructuring them to optimize efficiency and well-being. By experimenting with a phased rollout, we can refine the approach while ensuring it benefits the entire student body. This motion represents a significant step toward prioritizing student welfare while maintaining academic excellence. While logistical challenges such as scheduling adjustments and cafe overcrowding must be considered, a structured and data driven approach will allow a smooth implementation. Moving forward, UTP will initiate pilot programs and gather feedback to ensure the most effective outcome for all stakeholders. Now, I would like to invite Student Support Unit to present the motion update.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, as the Student Support Unit, representing this motion to review and optimize the regular academic timetable. So, here I am standing right in front of you to present what is our current update. So, moving on with the first slide. So, motion recap. So, for this motion, we are actually proposing to have a fixed lunch break, which we will integrate to all program across all programs and departments from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. For first, we are promoting a more balanced study style and less stress environment for the students, because most of the students at one point they have faced the bottleneck when they have congested schedules, which prevents them from having a proper break and proper meal during the afternoon session. Okay, so now here comes the update. So next slide, please. So basically, right after the parliament on 19th of March, if I'm not mistaken, we've already had our first engagement with CADEX to actually propose to them how are we going to execute this issue, how are we going to execute this mechanism when it comes to establishing a proper break from students during in the smack in the middle of their schedule. So basically, we've already discussed it, and the CADEX suggested that we do not actually put a fixed rate entirely, but in order to promote more flexibility in the schedule, so we decided the cadet proposed that we actually break down the breaks into smaller chunks, meaning that it's not necessarily 2 hours, but it can be like 30 to 15 minutes. Even a short break would be sufficient, as it will not entirely disrupt the entire academic schedule, and we as the managerial side does not have to actually revamp the entire thing. But that is still under the discussion with us, with the upper management. So what are the next steps? So due to the restructuring, so our beloved head of CADEX, Dr. Nozari Sofia, she was no longer the head of she's currently in Sunway, and now has been replaced by the new manager of academic operations office, yes, Dr. Hafizan Nordin. So because of the shift in power and the new lineup in CADEX, our progress have actually come to a halt, and we need to actually arrange a meeting with the new CADEX lineup, and we've already scheduled a meeting with her availability and also the rest of the team members for us to actually resume this proceeding for this not proceeding. How are we going to actually execute this motion further? And we've also scheduled a meeting with with CADEX during this upcoming meeting for us to actually get more perspective on how we are going to tabulate the implementation of the upcoming breaks within the student schedule as a whole. So that's all for this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Student Support Unit Constituency, for the motion update. Finally, we will review upon the last motion, Motion 6, Enhancing Sports Infrastructure, the case for running track in UTP. This House supports the construction of a running track in UTP to promote student health, fitness, and organized athletic activities. This motion is a forward thinking investment in student health and well being. A dedicated running track will provide a safer, professional standard environment for both casual runners and student athletes. Additionally, it will contribute to the university's sports culture and create new opportunities for hosting inter-university competitions. The motion was approved, highlighting the university's commitment to improving sports infrastructure. The construction of a running track will enhance student fitness and safety, providing a dedicated space for runners and athletes. However, further discussions will be required to address funding, land allocation, and long term maintenance to ensure the project's sustainability. Now, I would like to invite Petroleum Geoscience to present the motion updates.
Good morning, everyone. So I'll be presenting about the motion enhancing sports infrastructure, the case for a running track at UTP, which we did last time. So we have to handle this a bit differently because it's not like some other motions. There's a lot of funding involved, and we have to allocate land and all those things. There's a lot of things involved in this case. So the current status, we can see the progress update. We found out that it was already in UTP's long-term plan that they want to build a stadium track. So we can tell that we're definitely gonna have one stadium track, but not any sooner. So, and also we can tell that the management acknowledged that our proposal and the proposal is under review because there's a lot of things involved in this. You can't just move things in 1 or 2 years, something like that. Next, let's talk about the budget and research. So it is said to be the ground research, the design, the all those feasibility research will begin in the year 2026, which is next year. And also the budget allocation is still pending because for the UTP management, this project is a future project in like 8 to 9 years. And let's talk about the challenges. While we discussed, we found out that UTP doesn't want to build a track alone because what I proposed was a track, but they say they want to build together sekali with like full sports complex, a stadium which consists of track and field and all those things. And one more problem that we have for this motion is there's no immediate timeline or guarantees because this project depends on research result and budget discussions in the future. Slide. Next one. Okay, let's talk about the support that I need from, I would say, the SRC management and the Student Parliamentary Council because I was informed that I got to know about the other motions and the meetings that you guys did. And first question, I would like to point it towards the management. I want like a formal explanation on why this case isn't an urgent infrastructure yet. Why is it not urgent yet? Despite all the evidence that we showed that over 1,000 people wanting it and something that we're not having it and we have to build it. And I want analysis where some universities like UITM they built track in just 2 years because there was a student athlete petition and they had to, and also UITM is a government university, it should have all these facilities. We should also do this because we already, the evidence in the motion parliament during last time already shows us how significant is it, how much of an importance is it, and also what benefits it can bring to us, despite it being like a very expensive project. Next, sorry, yeah. SRC transparency duty. I'm very happy with SRC's the way of them updating they are very transparent. Oh, sorry, my bad. They are very transparent, but I would like you guys to pressure more, pressure more to the management about this topic, because how often the track discuss compared to your other project in the management meeting is a lot more. And I would say this my direct ask, we can talk to Vice Chancellor if you can. I don't know if you guys already did it. Not yet. So we can talk to the Vice Chancellor, and also we can talk about it to him, because we have all the data. We have endorsements from all the, like, 10 clubs. We submitted 10 clubs endorsement we have. And one more thing, I would like to highlight the spec. The other day when I presented, I gave 3 documents to you guys. One running report, one survey form, and also the endorsements of all the clubs. And when SRC want to assess it, my middleman Yusuf, he told that spec didn't receive any of the forms. But in camera, I gave all 3 to the speaker. So the secretary should keep it, so it's easier for them. I'm not pointing fingers to anyone. I'm just telling it's easier for them and us to move the case. So if anything, we have the documents like on the go. And next slide. And just a summary. So the project is confirmed, but not within the timeline that we wanted. And also there's a lot of delays. The management also treating it as like a low priority. So we have to do something about it. And student demands, we have to fast track the tech, and we have to build as phase 1. What I meant by phase 1 is you build just the running track, because in their idea they want to build the entire complex at the same time. That's why it's going to take very long time. And next. So yeah, here's the note to sort of note that I written to combine everything that I said in the last parliament, because you guys can see I given a lot of evidence. The project is a yes. It's already it's going to be done, but I want it sooner, and not me. Students want it sooner. And what the students going to do until the 8 to 9 years of period? Like, well, it's almost 10 years. It's another decade already. So we have to consider how urgent it is. One, because of all the evidence that I submitted, and I also did like I showed you guys during last time we had safety reports also from the Oval Park and all. Then there's a joint proposal endorsed by both student leadership, SPB, and also the athletics club. And but still, management continues to treat the running track as a low priority project. The project is a yes. It's already can be done, but it's stalling still. So I would like all of us, if can, because I wanted to push it with the SRC sekali, because it will be easier and I can put more pressure on the management rather than just me bringing it up to them. So that's all from me. We have to work a little more on this case. We can't just agree with the management, whatever they say, we can't just say, oh, okay, well, we can't do that. We have to put in a bit more pressure so that we can get it a little sooner. So that's that's what I'm trying to conclude. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Petroleum Geoscience Constituency, for the motion update. This concludes our session for the approved motion debate updates. Thank you to all constituencies for your active participation and thoughtful presentations. With that, I now will invite the Speaker of the Parliament, Mr. Vice Speaker Mohammed Ashraf bin Noor Mohammed Amin, to take the floor and continue the session.
Disting- Good afternoon, distinguished guests, members of Parliament, and all present today. First, I would like to thank all Parliament members for giving me the opportunity to serve as the Speaker of this Parliament sitting too. I hope that this Parliament sitting will proceed smoothly. So, without further ado, we will proceed to President's question time. This session shall not exceed 15 minutes. During the President's speech, a bell will ring once. After 7 minutes, to advise the President to conclude. If the speech is not finished within the next 30 seconds, the bell will ring twice, signaling that the President must immediately take their seat. Any emergency motion can be submitted during break time. Now, I would like to invite the Student Representative Council President, Mr. Ahmad Izzat Hamzi bin Fazul Anwar for his speech. Please welcome.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Salam sejahtera and good morning, honorable speakers, members of the parliament, and also the fellow UTP students. First and foremost, praise to be Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful, who has granted us health, strength, and opportunity to gather in this meaningful session. Reflections of the democratic spirit and amanah entrusted upon us as student leaders, a symbol of student empowerment and shared responsibility in shaping the future of our beloved campus. As Rasulullah said, كلكم راع وكلكم مسؤول عن رعيته. Every one of you is a shepherd, and every one of you is answerable with regard to his flock. With that in mind, I stand before you not merely to report activities, but to fulfill a responsibility to be held accountable and to invite all of you to walk this journey of service and reform together. Alright, so I hope you can bear with me about 10 minutes of I presenting of SRC progress and also future plannings of SRC. So basically, Student Representative Council SRC operates through three primary divisions under the umbrella of student governance, which we have student experience, student developments, and also student integrations. So let me walk you through each division, highlighting key deliverables and what lies ahead. The first one, which is student experience division, where we focus on welfare and also academic. Our commitment under this division is to ensure that no student is left behind, academically, financially, or socially. Over the past semester, we have executed several impactful activities. The first one, which is the Flash Donations for Emergency Aid, where in moment of crisis, the SSC mobilized a rapid donation drive for two students, which is Saudara Taufik and also Saudara Zulhafiz, raising around RM 9,000 ringgit of Malaysia in total from the student body, a testament of our collective solidarity. The second one, we have also transportation support, where we launched bus services connected UTP to KLIA and back during semester break, directly responding to students' concerns about accessibility and also cost. The third one, we have food security and affordability, where through collaboration with cafe operators, we managed to introduce Lucky Hour or Rahmah promotions to ensure every student can access affordable meals. Next, also we have academic flexibility for Unity, where we facilitated online class arrangements to allow students to return home early during national festivities, proving that Unity and academics go hand in hand. Next one, we have Kurban Festival, where in collaboration with NIC, we successfully co-hosted the Kurban Festival, strengthening religious and cultural identity on campus. And lastly, we have micro mobility initiative and workshop, where we recognize the need for alternative campus mobility. We organize micro mobility workshop as a step towards smarter and sustainable movement. Alright, so the upcoming plans under the student experience. The first one, under the transportations, the bus services initiative, we plan to expand the bus services also to the East Coast, which is into the Kelantan, Terengganu, and Pahang, where we are planning to include routes to these three states, apart from only to the KLIA for the Sabah and Sarawak. That's the first one. Second one, the Menu Rahmah, we also want to expand the initiative where we want to implement the Menu Rahmah every Friday and every cafe from B1 to V6 to institutionalize affordability. Next, we will also have final exam initiative where we tailored support to each class during exams. We are preparing a dedicated welfare plans, which is pre-breakfast and also uh, starter pack for the students during the final exam. Next, we will have Palestine Solidarity Campaign, where a peaceful campaign to express our stand and raise awareness among the campus community, where we collab with UTP Athletics, Pegasus, UTP AA, and also RM Prakan Masjid. And lastly, under these divisions, we will also to install a water dispenser water dispenser or Kowe at the IRC, where and to ensure accessibility clean water, supporting both hydration and sustainability. Right. So that's one under the student experience. Next, we move on to the students' development, where we govern the club, sports, and arts, and also volunteerisms. These divisions ensure that growth of UTP is holistic and not just through academic. Our focus is not merely to run events, but to build frameworks that elevate student agency and potential. Here's what we have done so far. The first one, new club and society structure, where we completed and presented the first draft of the new club and society structure, aimed at improving governance, streamlining clusters, and strengthening administrative clarity for all registered student organizations. The second one, which is we achieved to do the club sharing 2024, where the performance of all clubs during the year 2024 from 1st Jan until 31st December of 2024 were evaluated based on the current training rubrics. Next, we achieved to do a guideline for post-event reporting and financial claiming, where it has been released and made accessible to the UTP Club's WhatsApp community to enhance financial discipline and reduce delays in processing. We also have clubs engagements where we held direct engagement session with presidents and also representatives from martial arts, arts and culture, leadership and development, and also sport recreation clubs, ensuring that cluster-specific concerns are documented and addressed through targeted strategies. Next, we also achieved to establish Secretariat Rakan Muda, SRM, where in alignment with national youth development efforts, creating new opportunities for collaboration and external recognitions. We also have the sport facility survey results were officially tabled in a meeting with UTP management under the student affairs to advocate for improved access, maintenance, and student-informed decision making. And the last one, we also achieved to do a seed funding where RM 200 ringgit, where we want to enhance collaboration between clubs. Points will be given to those collaborating clubs as well as seed funding of 200 ringgit for any type of expenses. The first pitch was already done, but currently waiting for final pitching before it could be executed. If it's under the final stage of proposal. So what's next under the student development? The first one, we are planning to do a heritage bloom cultural collaborations involving ESPOS, Sangis, UTPCC, UTP PCC, which will be implemented on the September. It is to celebrate multiculturalism through creative arts. Next, we also want to do Equilah volunteerism program, which is scheduled on this 12th July, promoting meaningful student engagement in community development under the volunteerism and entrepreneurship excos. Next, we will embark on collaborations with ISEC Utah, where we want to expand the scope of student exposure of renewable leadership and service experiences. And we will also have the IMRI stop, which we organized to connect students with professionals in the maritime and environmental sectors. Next, we will have the second draft of the club and society structure will be pitched incorporating feedback from earlier consultations to refine governance mechanism. And we will have also a traditional Friday survey and campaign that will be launched to explore revived values-driven student culture and identity. And lastly, we will organize an e-memo and secretary workshop, providing training on documentations, communication protocols, and compliance with university procedures. Alright, next, the last one, which is student integration divisions, where we enhance our visibility, diversity, and inclusions. So this division is ensuring every student feels seen, heard, and involved in UTP ecosystem. So the first initiative, which is under the UTP Nexus, where SRC have been trained and to use the UTP Nexus and make UTP Nexus as an SRC official website. So any news, any announcements from the SRC, it can be through the UTP Nexus. Next, we will have official UTP podcast in collaboration with Strategic Com Office and also SR and IRC, where official podcasts run by UTP podcast team consists of student and staff to discuss internal and external issues promoting UTP's expertise in multidisciplinary field. When we want to enhance our visibility as an UTP officials, that we will create official platform for the UTP podcast, where it is a medium where every students can voices about current issues, climate change, energies, anything that can be posed to be seen in a globally lah, right? And the last one, we will have also announcement for you guys, also to the students. XRC will have an MOU with an official ship vendor, joint venture, where these collaborations, we are finalizing an MOU to launch affordable and high quality UTP official ship vendor, where by this MOU, every students, every clubs who want to what we call that make shit for an event, we can go to by next time we will everything can go through the SRC and you will have promotions and affordable prices, right? So this collaboration also, this MOU is on the process, and inshallah by this month. Right. So these three divisions I've presented to you, and the lastly, which is SRC mega project. Okay, so basically we have two mega projects under the SRC. Our vision is to empower the autonomy of students and also the transparency. And I hope this issue transparency of SRC by using funding and also budget. So basically, the first one, which is SRC official budget and student support fund, empowering with transparency. For the first time, the SRC is drafting a formal proposal to release our official annual budget breakdown to the public, where the key components include SRC student support fund, where direct financial assistance for emergency aid, event travel subsidies, personal economic or external representation, and also food security initiative. This student support fund, um, we will have every students who have no money around about the foods, transportations, can go through the SRC, can request and seek assistance from SRC. SRC can support them. And also under this component, also we have club and society activity grant, a competitive fund open to all students clubs for high impact student centered events. So far, SRC has successfully sponsored two students project, which is V-Sport and also Vinyl of Nusantara Bond, proof that we are willing to invest in your ideas. We believe students deserve to know how SRC funds are used. We aim to transform funding from being reactive to proactive and strategic. That's the first one. And the last one, second mega project is student autonomy and limit of authority, empowering through student governance, where we are also working on formalizing the limit of authority LOA for SRC, a framework where SRC is given autonomy to approve student-led events independently within defined financial and safety threshold. This initiative carries a strong message where all student activities must be student-oriented, meaning that as for now, every students or every clubs that want to do an event must request approved by the management, which is under the SA, under the um, under the student empowerment enrichment office. But then this is not aligned with the student autonomy, student empowerment. So I think the events in the clubs in the UTP, when we want to move forward, it must be student oriented from the students and by the students. So basically, every event, every students that event must be approved also to the student by the students, so that to ease the planning and also the process of the event to be held peacefully. All right. So the limit of authority maybe the decisions may be under 100,000 program event. All right. So anything program that below 1,000, must be go through the SRC, only the SRC, not student management. Alright. So in conclusions, Member of Parliaments, the SRC is not perfect, and we acknowledge the gaps we are still trying to fill. But one thing is certain, we are committed, we are listening, and we are acting. We are working not just for the students of today, but for the system the future UTPs will inherit. This amanah we carry is not just a symbolic, it's real, weighty, and sacred. Every initiative we present, every reform we propose is guided by one intention: to uplift, to empower, and to serve Lillahi Ta'ala. So may this council continue to be a beacon of that justice and trust. That's all for the PQT. That's all from me. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Mr. Ahmad Izzat Hamzi bin Fazul Anwar. Now I open the floor for questions from the members of parliament. Raise your hand if you want to ask a question and make me recognize you first. If no one has a question, do we all agree we can move on to school question time? Okay, so we move on to school question time. Next, this session is open to all members of parliament to ask questions regarding the SRC portfolio. Now, I would like to invite the respective student division in SRC for their speech. Please welcome. You may deliver your speech, constituent of Computer and Information Science.
That's fine. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and very good morning, IB2 speakers and all members of parliaments. So for this EXCO question time, I'm representing my division, which is Student Integration Division. As just mentioned by our president for the previous session just now, Student Integration Division from SRC has some initiative that we are currently working on. One of it is UTP podcast. I think I will uh, explain it a bit more because yeah, it is updating question, right? So basically, the idea for UTP podcast is not just by the initiative of the students. It is our UTP president initiative itself because he want the visibility of UTP not just within the internal but externally. We want to show people what we are good for, not just what we are good at. So we want to share our perspective to public nationally and internationally with collaboration with our lecturers, the expertise that we have in UTP, and also we want to increase the internal communication within our students. We will create, we will invite students as panelists, and we will have a sharing with them. So basically, UTP podcast is one of our major platform, I can say, for us to share our perspective to others and to our members in UTP ecosystem. And moving forward, it is not just UTP podcast in our initiative. We are planning to have UTP bulletins, and we also have a vision to have our own radio station for UTP. So the point is, for our diversity and inclusion and also our internal communication, it is not one person or one entity initiative. It is a collective initiative within all the UTP entities, either it is clubs, either it is students or management itself. So uh, I'm telling you guys that we need to give the full support for this initiative to make it successful, as we will present it to the UTP higher management next week, to all the deans, to all the SA, and to our provost. So um, basically that's all for UTP podcast. And next is uh, for our MOU with the vendor for shirt and apparel vendor. So basically, the MOU is decided where the vendor is approaching us, and we want to create an official vendor for um, the students to make their shirt for events. So what is the initiative added value is we will give the promotion price, I can say, as the SRC also will give you a subsidy, I can say, for lessen the price of the shirt. So compared, we will try our best to give the lowest price compared to the vendor that people always use to make the shirt, and the process will be faster. Maybe if outside need 2 weeks prior, we can make it for 1 weeks, and we can deal directly to them and discuss the price. So this one of initiative to ease the students activity, to promote more events that have official shirt, and to make it more visible to external parties and not just in UTP itself. So I think that's all from for student integration division update. Thank you.
Thank you, computer and constituted from computer and information science. So now I will continue with additional question time. I would like to brief about the additional question time. In this session, members have the opportunity to ask further clarification on any matters discussed earlier. I encourage meaningful and engagement while keeping questions precise and to the point. I now invite the first question. You may stand, constituent from Village 4.
Hello. Assalamualaikum. I'm Village 4. Okay. Yes, question. Can you all share as SRC your progress about your manifesto that been promised during election? I open the floor to all SRC members. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for the question. So I think I will answer the questions lah. Alright. So the first one, which is the um club member database, which is where we want to govern all the database and participations from the students. So basically, what I can say is that it is on the first stage. Second stage, which is we are currently on the collaboration with the under Encik Ahmad Student Empowerment Office and also the DG, where we are currently on preparing a system on app systems where it is called a snap. The system is called snap, where the vision is same to collect all participations of the students, the merits, and all the calculations for the curriculum core curriculums participations. So basically, but then the systems needs funding and also need a long-term process. So basically, by next semester, maybe around October and also November, we'll see the progress lah. The student will see the progress. And next one, which is metric card. So basically, the metric card has been approved under the KPT, which is the JLU under the KPT, which is Unit 10, MMU, and also Unit KL, have been approved to implement the metal cards, RHP cards. But then UTP, we have slightly technical problems where the card, the debit card is not compatible with our systems. So that's the issue. So basically, what we are proposing is that one student will have two metal cards because we cannot change the card because once we want to change the card, we will need to have to change all the systems in UTP. So basically, when you want to enter the passcode, the RFID, that's the issue. So basically, our student center has been registered all the RFID sensor. So basically, if you want to change the RHP card, you need to change the whole system of the student center. So basically, what SRC proposed is that every student will have two metal cards. One is the usual one, and one also is the debit card RHP bank. So basically, the aim is that any initiatives or any bantuan from the government can be go through this RHP bank. But then if we didn't have the card, we cannot receive the initiative from the government. Is that the issue? That's what we want to fight for. And this issue also, I have speak directly to the KSU, Kementerian KPT, Minister of Higher Education, his secretary. I've mentioned directly that UTP have a technical issue, and the reply, the comment from the ministry itself, need to wait, for to solve the technical issue lah. All right. So next we have Menu Rahmah, which is food bank. Food bank also the food initiatives. So I think that is have been achieved. We have do the Menu Rahmah at the Cafe B2, and also we are going to expand more on every Friday and every cafe. Next we have student welfare fund, which is I have also mentioned in the PQT with that we will have to include student support fund, which is we will support students in terms of the transportations, in terms of the foods, in terms of the participation in external collaborations. So basically, it's also in a proposal. And last one, which is under the diversity and inclusion, which is cultural. So I think this is on the planning, which we have the PD back there, Umaira, the project director for the cultural, where our manifesto is that we want to do an event where we enrich and collab with all our arts and culture. So basically, it's on progress and we is going to be achieved lah on this September. Alright. So I think uh, that's all lah. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, leadership and development. So, I would like to ask if there is another question, which I implore you guys to ask any question before we go to motion briefing. Okay? Yeah, you may stand. Constituent from Management and Humanities.
Okay, hello, Assalamualaikum, and very good morning. So I have a question regarding micro mobility stickers. So to our knowledge that actually this initiative has been enforced before in UTP, and then it is a failure. And then it was mentioned by Mr. Chemical Engineering that the function of micro mobility sticker is for student safety, but the main thing that you mentioned is just to track if micromobility do last year. So can you really explain what are the reason of enforcing back the micromobility stickers and what are the functions? Thank you.
Chemical Engineering, you may answer.
All right. Thank you for the questions. All right. For the first one, I'm not really sure about that you said the initiative uh is a failure before, because before this the micro mobility usage in UTP is actually is in the was in the experiment phase for 2 years by Miros, because they want to check actually they want to track and analysis is it okay for the students in UTP to use the micro mobility. That is the first one. The second one, I mentioned about the usage of the stickers, right? Okay. Okay, why this we all the students who have micromobility must have the stickers. Okay, the first one is of course it is easier for us to track if the students lost his micromobility, their micromobility, scooter or bicycle and so on. All right, and the second one is actually it is related to the insurance because it is mentioned by Miros once the students is officially registered by in UTP by Miros and also officially in UTP. Okay, if there is any accidents between students between micromobility or micromobility with car on the road and so on. So it is actually Miros can support in terms of the insurance. So that is actually the importance of why students need to register their micromobility. So I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, chemical engineering. So, constituent from village 5, yes, you may ask a question.
I'm from village 6. Okay, so I just, it's not the question. I just want to add point for Lutfi. Basically, we from SRC are planning with the management, RV, this is the village. We want to clear the abandoned vehicle in village. If you can see in village 5 and village 2, village 1, there are a lot of bicycle. They are already abandoned. They left. For those that are graduating from UTP. So we are planning to clear. So how we want to track the bicycle or the e-scooter and so on, which is that vehicle of that micromobility have the owner. So by the registration of the vehicle. So you are also planning with the management after the all student already complete register their vehicle, their micromobility. We are going to proceed and execute to clear the abandoned vehicle in each village.
Thank you, village 6. The floor is still open for questions. Yes, you may stand. Management and humanities.
Okay, so my next question is about tiering system. Okay, so I've been seeing the SRC post and the SRC engagement outcome. I've been reading it, and then I saw this one post that you guys are stating that you guys have engagement about new tiering systems. Can you guys briefly explain to us what are the new systems? We also want to know what are the outcomes. Thank you.
You may answer, constituent from martial arts.
Alright, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good morning.
Constituent from martial arts, please talk to the mic because we have
Because
audio.
the mic is too low from me.
No,
I
just,
try my
just
best.
speak louder. Okay.
Alright, to answer the question regarding the release tiering system 2024. Okay, to your knowledge, our grading system of for these clubs are based on the previous rubrics, which was then produced by SRC 23, SRC 23, 24. Okay, as the question just now, um, the question is what is the new criteria for this tiering system? Okay, basically, this tiering system cannot be proceed yet because this will depend on the new clustering of clubs. Why? Because after this, as you know, currently we have 7 clusters in UTP. So means that after this, there will be 2 set of grading rubrics for clubs. So firstly, for club and societies, which will, okay, firstly for club and societies, and secondly for sports clubs. For example, we have sport and recreation and also for martial arts. So only two these clubs will have separate rubrics, as we know. Because why? Compared to other clubs, sport and martial arts, they don't the purpose of this club is not to create or any to organize or any workshop. The purpose is to go to events, competitions, and to win and bring honor to UTP. So after this, there will be 2 set of rubrics, one for the general club and societies, and one for sports and martial arts clubs cluster. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Constituent from Management and Humanities. That answer your question? Okay. So I will open the floor for one last question. Okay, constituent from Petroleum Geoscience.
Okay, so for me, most of the manifestos are okay, but I would like to talk about revisit the last parliament's motion, the parking system, because I myself is very confused with that. Because when on that day, Lutfil presented about new parking system, and then there will be smart technology. They want to
Constituent from Petroleum Geoscience, please refrain from using the real name. Okay.
okay, my bad. Chemical engineering. So on last parliament, there was the, the title that you presented and the motion that you presented on that day didn't align because it was about parkings. It was about some sort of smart technology you said that we're going to use to make it more efficient and all that, and someone and those things. And now I feel like the your progress and also the way you are bringing this, the way you are bringing this motion, it doesn't align with what you submitted on that day. You're focusing more on micro mobility, it seems. So when there was the motion update progress, you in your mouth said that there was a lot of problems with it, and so you guys got to make some changes for better, fairer motion. So my question is, first of all, how did those type? He itself agreed that there was problems with the motion. How did it uh, even pass the parliament on that day? Because none of us were raising our hands. This shows a dominance of the governance party, and the parliament. This shows the parliament is really unfair because this already shows that don't know how to structure it. This already shows that like the governance body can bring up any idea, and since they are the majority, they can just raise their hand and do something. And because we are just the four of us, we bantah pun cannot. So this is my opinion on it.
Chemical engineering, you may speak.
All right. Thank you so much, Petroleum Geoscience, for the questions. Okay. In my presentation today for the motion progress update, I have highlighted two main problems. I mean, two main problems that I brought in my last parliament, in my last presentation in the last parliament. Okay. The first one is about why the first problem is the parking is too far for the residential area. That is the first one. The second one is about the students. It's about the summon rules where students can defer the payments at the graduation. And what do I want to do is I want to restructure it, and where the students have to pay it for every semester, not by the end of their studies. Okay, so and I didn't mention any problems in my motion because let's actually take a look on my progress. Okay, my proposed idea, the first one, to enhance the student mobility. So I said before, this motion I have to take step by step progress. So what do I do for the first one is I focus on the student mobility program. Student micro mobility program, where other than shuttle bus that we have already have in UTP, so I focus on the student micro mobility. Because why? That is my proposed idea. So I actually focus on that thing first. And this is a step-by-step process where actually after the micromobility initiative is actually stable UTP, then I go to the next progress where we will go to revise back the student summon rules in UTP. Thank you.
Thank you, Chemical Engineering. Does that answer your question? Okay, you may stand, Petroleum Geoscience.
Okay, I understand that you're bringing up another your movement. I'm not telling your progress is wrong, but did you even mention about micro mobility in your first motion? Because it was all about your parking system and all, and now suddenly it is all about micro mobility. And what are your ways to make the parking system better for now? So that's what I'm asking.
Chemical engineering, you may speak.
Petrology science, I read again my last text in my last parliament. Okay. So there are two main problems in my last parliament. First, the first one, students don't utilize the parking because it is too far from their residence. For example, students from V3 and V4 who have to walk 5 to 10 minutes to V7. And my proposed idea to enhance student mobility, we will introduce a rental e-scooter system such as free mobility or a university operated equivalent to facilitate easier movement across campus. For example, what do I propose is about the strategic docking station, which we also discussed in our last workshop, the pricing and accessibility of the e-scooter if we want to do a rental service, and also the safety and regulation. This is what I mentioned in my last parliament. So actually, I in my track to actually make this motion to make it work. All right. So yeah, I don't see any problems in what I propose and what I do now. So I hope that is answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, chemical engineering, leadership and development, you may speak.
Alright, so let me explain to you what's the issue and what's our solutions to the issue. So basically, we know that the parking is not sufficient because we have too many cars, and also our parking right now cannot accommodate those cars. So basically, what the chances that we can do, although we increase the parking or we reduce the numbers of cars. So increase the numbers of parking, of course, needs funds, need funding. So basically, we take the second approach when to reduce the cars. But then, when we want to reduce the cars, we cannot do a strict rules where we uh, we prohibited second year, first year students, foundation students from being in the cars. It's it's not a good rules. But then the approach that we want, how we want to reduce the numbers of cars by encouraging students to use the micromobility. So that's the visions. So basically, how we want to encourage the micromobility by the workshop, by registers their micromobility, we ensure the safety, the rules, the safety roads on the under the mirrors to ensure the safety and using the micromobility, and it is registered under the ministry. So basically, the approach is that we we want to encourage so that students, maybe second year, final year students, they didn't use car but use the micromobility. So that's divisions. So basically, that's why how we want to facilitate the numbers of cars and the numbers of parking that we have by reducing the numbers of car. And how we want to reduce number of car, we encourage students to bring the micromobility, not using the cars. And also, I want to make you as clear that UTP visions and also the world visions is that we want to achieve zero net carbon. So basically, UTP vision is that we want to reduce numbers of car, the releasing of number gas of carbons. Yes, it is a publicity of the student. We want to bring cars, we want to bring motors, but then we also need to uh to educate students that this is not it's not good that what we the nature and the norm that we are using today is damaging our ecosystem, damaging our nature. So but then we need to educate them, but then it's not from the rules, but it's from the motivations that using the micromobility, using the e-scooter, that's uh more um more eco-friendly than using the cars. So that's the approach. So I hope that it is clear how the motion is going through. Right? Thank you.
Thank you, Leadership and Development. Petroleum Geoscience, I hope that clarifies your questions and give you an idea about what your confusion are. So that is the end of the additional question time. Before we continue, we will have a lunch break for 2 hours, and I would like to request that every member of parliament to be seated back at 2 p.m. So thank you.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve, and represent the responsibility of convention in this session.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve, and represent the responsibility of convention in this session.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve, and represent the responsibility of convention in this session.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve, and represent the responsibility of convention in this session.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve, and represent the responsibility of convention in this session.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve, and represent the responsibility of convention in this session.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve, and represent the responsibility of convention in this session.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve, and represent the responsibility of convention in this session.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To
Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned
Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, kindly present the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, kindly present the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, kindly present the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, kindly present the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, kindly present the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, kindly present the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, kindly present the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, kindly present the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, kindly present the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, kindly present the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, kindly present the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, kindly present the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, kindly present the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, kindly present the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, kindly present the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention
Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the
Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention
Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Teknologi Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention
Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of convention in this section.
Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mention
Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section. Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas. Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the convention in
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the convention
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the convention
Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned
Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, and represent the convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, and represent the convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, and represent the convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, and represent the convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, and represent the convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, and represent the convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, and represent the convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, and represent the convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, and represent the convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, and represent the convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, and represent the convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, and represent the convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, and represent the convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, and represent the convention in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Sir, and represent the convention
Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the Convention
Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned
Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention in this section. Please ra
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve, and represent, take responsibility of what you mentioned in this section.
Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship Programs.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent the responsibility of mentioned
Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Welcome back, everyone. Please rise to welcome the arrival of Parliament Secretary, host, and Vice Speaker to the hall. Everyone, please be seated. We will now proceed with the additional question time session 2 for 10 minutes. Mr. Vice Speaker, the floor is yours.
Okay, welcome back everyone. Now, during the recess time, I've discussed with both the government and opposition. So the floor has agreed for 10 minutes of additional question time. Be that as it may, after 10 minutes, the bell will ring twice as to know that the 10 minutes time has ended. So the floor is open for questions. Okay, petroleum.
Okay, so
You may
thank you,
speak.
Spec, for giving the additional time. Because it's not that I'm working or coming against something, but it's just Parliament should not be like that time formal because we are in the middle of a debate and then you can't just stop it for a lunch break and then like just forget about it and go on to the next agenda. So my question just now was, in my opinion lah, it still just doesn't sit right with me because you guys are calling it a new system, but then it's just like the progress, just like a addition of sticker. Why? Because let's look at the problem first. The problem is we have insufficient parking, and then there's also students have the problem, like students have some problem saying that via someone's Yapsam is a bit harshful on them. And then one more thing that the presenter told that parking jauh daripada the parking is far from their places, like let's say academic blocks or villages. So my 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 what I'm trying to say is how does the problem and the solution is aligning? Because how can the sticker help with the parking problem? Because when they told about the sticker, mainly because they wanted to separate the abandoned cycles and then also at the village. So that's how the stickers are basically like just tell you, okay, there's a owner for this bicycle, something like that. So your goal is to, I understand that your goal is to encourage students to take micro mobility, but how you going to, how this sticker going to help? That's one thing. Because sticker is just going, the sticker is just in the bicycle. We are talking about parkings. Sticker is just going to give us a rough idea on like how many is abandoned or whatever, all that. So what is your, I understand your goal is to encourage students to take the micro mobility and you guys are doing all those program. So if you give options to the students, those who are having a car, to take scooter, how many of the students do you think they will support these things? Because ask yourself, if you have a car, if I tell you to use scooter to facilitate the parking problem and all, it's just not so realistic. So, and also ask yourself, how many of we here, how many of us are the greater? How many of us still using scooter when we have a car? Right. So I just want to know, and how does implementing fine can can reduce the parking problems? Because the picture is parking problems now. So it looks like a direct attack towards the student for me and for most of the students. So that's my idea. I'm not saying this the motion is good, but you guys are going towards a destination where you guys trying to push micro mobility to the students. I feel like you guys won't get a prize out of it. It's not that effective. And it's not solving the real problem, the parking problem. So that's my that's my concern, because the solution and the objective doesn't align so well. And I would like, if there's a reconstruction of idea on how to solve the real problem, then I might agree with you. Thank you.
Chemical engineering, you may speak.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Petroleum Geoscience, for your concerns about the progress and the things that have been proposed for my motion. Okay. First of all, you said that the first problems is about the insufficient parking. I've said earlier that we actually have more parkings in UTP, a lot of parkings, but students don't utilize it because why? It's come to the same problems where it is very far from the residential area. For example, in front of the R&D block, for example, like that. Okay, so we are here. I'm here to propose a thing that actually not using money at first. I take the second initiative where we want to encourage students first to give students the mindset that we are actually not actually adding the parking numbers in UTP, but we want to make sure that the parking that we have is actually fully utilized by the students. So that is why my first proposed ideas is to enhance the students' micro mobility across UTP so that the students can use it anywhere in UTP with the safe, with full safety. For example, if right now I want to use e-scooters to go to the R&D block, it is not very safe because at that area, the light, the road lamp, and of course, the security check at that area is less. So that's why we come with the idea to enhance the student mobility with the collaboration with Miros to make sure that all area around UTP, across UTP, everywhere is suitable for micromobility use. It's not all about the stickers itself, but the implementation of the micromobility use for students in UTP.
Mr. Petroleum, you may interrupt.
I'm not talking about the stickers only. So you itself told we have more parking. So if you suggest the students to take more micro mobility, then who's going to use the parking? Then all this parking. So how are you solving the issue? That's my concern. I feel like you are certain things that I say you are too based on facts, but I don't think so. You're getting the bigger picture.
I understand what is your concern. Okay, we are not trying to say that students will replace their car to micromobility. No, they can have both. They can have a car and they can have a micromobility. For example,
If students were to choose, what they will choose?
they can have both.
Okay, okay. Let's just say you have both. You want to go to class. What
Mr.
you
Petroleum, I advise you to stand before you speak.
Sorry. So if let's just say they have both, if students would have to choose, I would take my car. Any one of you. Any one of you will take your car. Yes or no? I'm I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I just feel like it's not realistic. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is why, at the first place, we are also seeing it. It is not very realistic, but this is why we came with this idea because we want to encourage. This is the place that we educate and encourage students actually to use the micromobility in UTP. So that's why I say that students can have both. They can have their car and they can have their micromobility. So the use of the micromobility, the enhancements of the micromobility usage for in UTP because I want to make sure that every parking in UTP is utilized. That is why we actually are targeting, for example, in front of R&D block. There's no one use that parking area. So if I have a scooter and I want to use my car to go out, for example, So I can use my micromobility that I park in my village, and I can go to the R&D block, and I put my e-bike or my anything, my micromobility in the car, and I drive my car. That's why. So I can use so I can utilize the parking that is not being utilized yet. That is the idea actually. I hope you understand that.
It's really subjective. I would like to ask the Mr. President itself, do you think what he's saying makes sense in a way where, like,
Mr. President, you may speak.
explanation?
However, this is the last time for the last person to speak for the additional question time.
Alright. So when we present something or we propose something, it must be practical, meaning that it cannot be direct to the strictly by rules, but then it must be by implementations by phase. Alright. So I agree that we have a parking problem, but then one of the approach that we can by the students is that we encourage the use of micromobility because the use of the by the motions that proposed before by implementing the rented beam or what you call scooter, but then the using of the car is keep on increasing, but then the parking spaces is still there, meaning that we have more in the main hall, more in the R&D, but then student didn't use it because why? Because they didn't want to walk further, right? To walk far. Okay, so then the parking is there, but student didn't want to park because student prefer to park in front of the village, right? So that's the problem. The problem is student didn't want to park far. They want to park in front of their village. That's the issue that we cannot do anything because students itself they want parking in front of their village, in front of their room. But then what you can do is that we push that we can use the micromobility. In fact, you can park far from your room and then you can use the micromobility. Right? So but because we cannot do anything, uh we cannot do a new parking in front of your village. Cannot because parking is there. Parking is in R&D, parking is on the main hall. But student didn't use that parking because the issue is there's no parking in front of their village. That's the issue. But then we want to educate and discipline the students that we still have a choice. It's not only using a car. You can by walk because the aspiration of UTP itself, they want to students to walk to their campus, to their classes, to their village, because we are walking distance. That's the aspirations of UTP. And then you cannot just because of everyone has a car, everyone can afford a car, then everyone can bring their car. You cannot because what we want to educate students is that walk by walking and also by using the e-scooter that's more eco-friendly. That's all. Just want to educate. We cannot just feed the students. Oh, you can bring your car and park in front of your village. We cannot do that. That is not realistic to give every students a parking, a specific parking to them, a specific parking to every village in front of their home. Cannot. That is not realistic. What is realistic is that we encourage students to use micromobility. That's all. It's the most realistic that we can do. In fact, if you want to increase the parking, then how we want to find the money? We cannot use in a year, in a 2 years that you can bring thousands of parking. Then you can give your money. Where we want to find the money? Petronas itself have a problem in finding the money because what we propose in increasing the parking around 800 that they propose, PMM they propose, costing us 1 million, 1 million of money. That's the issue. So the most realistic way can do is encourage the micromobility, the e-scooter, because it's affordable and student can just use it instead of you use a car. You are damaging the nature and you are blocking the aspiration for UTP. That's all. That's what we want to educate students that just use. We are walking distance. We have a roof in the village and also in the CH complex, all by roof, and also we give you a medium to buy micromobility scooter. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Leadership and Development. So I hope that concludes everything about the additional question time, and I hope that both parties are satisfied with the chance that I've given. So we are moving on to motion briefing. The motion briefing is as follows. First, the emergency motion. To inform the speaker and pending his approval, the speaker may exercise his own power to approve the emergency motion, or he may choose to call for a simple majority vote. The maximum number of emergency motions that can be allowed shall not exceed 3 motions per session. The emergency motion can only be approved after the last approved motion has been voted. Next, about the time and manner of speaking. A member desiring to speak shall rise in his place, and if called upon shall stand and address his observations to the speaker. No member shall speak unless called upon by the speaker. If 2 or more members rise at the same time, the speaker shall call upon the member who first catches his eye. The speaker shall take note of the time limit for speeches according to the order of business. A member who has spoken again may be heard to offer an explanation of some material, part of his speech which has been misunderstood, but he shall not introduce new matter. A member shall not speak on any matter in which he has a direct personal pecuniary interest, without disclosing the extent of that interest. Should the time do not permit, the session shall proceed without extension in time. During the motion presentation, a bell will ring once after 7 minutes to advise the presenter to conclude their speech. If the speech is not finished within the next 30 seconds, the bell will ring twice, signaling that the member of parliament must immediately take their seat. When members of parliament ask a question, a bell will ring once after 3 minutes to advise them to conclude. If the question is not completed within the next 30 seconds, the bell will ring twice, signaling that the member of parliament must immediately take their seat. When members of parliament answer a question, a bell will ring once after 5 minutes to advise them to conclude their response. If the answer is not complete within the next 30 seconds, the bell will ring twice, signaling that the member of parliament must immediately take their seat. Next, about the content of speech. When debating a motion, a member of the parliament shall be allowed to speak on matters relating to the motion only. It shall be out of order to attempt to reconsider any specific motion which the parliament has come to a conclusion during the current session. It shall contain at least the name of the motion, justification, and suggestion. It shall be out of order for members of the parliament to use any offensive language. No member shall refer to any other member by personal name. No member shall impute improper motives to any other member. It shall be out of order to use treasonable words, seditious words, and words which are likely to promote feelings of ill will or hostility between different university communities. Next, about interruptions during the debate. No member shall interrupt another member except by rising to a point of order, at which point the member speaking shall resume their seat and the interrupting member shall simply direct attention to the point they wish to bring to notice, or to seek clarification on a matter raised by the speaking member, provided that the speaking member is willing to yield the floor, resumes their seat, and that the interrupting member is recognized by the speaker. The speaker may disallow any member from seeking clarification if it appears that parliament does not have adequate time to dispose of its business, or if the speaker believes that the intention of the member seeking clarification is simply to interrupt the member delivering the speech. Lastly, the behavior of parliament members. During a sitting, all members are required to enter, leave, and conduct themselves in the parliament with decorum. No member shall cross the floor of the chamber unnecessarily. Members are prohibited from reading newspapers, books, letters, or other documents unless they are directly related to the business under discussion. While a member is speaking, all other members must maintain silence and refrain from making unseemly interruptions. Male members shall wear either a dark lounge suit, corporate shirt, blazer, or jacket. Female members shall wear appropriate female attire with blazer, corporate shirt, or jacket. That is all for the rules of the debate. Also, I want to add, if during your debate or during your presentation, if you happen to use any Malay words, I will advise you after you clarify using Malay, I would like you to say it again, but in English, so you can restructure your sentence so that everyone can understand. Okay? So without further ado, we will now start our motion debate session. The title of our first motion is Establishment of a Multi-Faith Quiet Room at UTP. Now, I would like to invite constituent from Village 5 to present the motion. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. The motion presenter isn't here today, so myself as the seconder, I will be the one presenting.
You are electronic engineer. Okay, you may present.
All right. So, good afternoon to the Honourable Speaker of the House and to all members of Parliament. So today I will be presenting a motion to establish a multi-faith quiet room or a multi-faith prayer room. It's just two different names, same thing. Okay, so what is the purpose of this room, you may be asking? So, as of now, on campus, most of the non-Muslim religious activities or groups are all unofficial, and because of that, they cannot access any specific place. They cannot book any specific place to have their meetings or gatherings or just simple prayer sessions. Most like myself as a Catholic, most of the time what I've seen is that they have their prayer either just at Halliburton, not within Halliburton itself, but on the pathway just in the open, or in one of the common rooms at Village 3. So that may cause some confusion to other people who are passing by or other users of the location. So the current proposal is to have a specific place where non-Muslim students in UTP can go to have prayers, or for non-Muslim religious societies to have prayer groups together. So what I'm proposing here is to repurpose either a common room or, if possible, one of the upcoming discussion or meeting rooms at the student center. This will all only be decided later on because as of now, the common rooms in Village 5 are being refurbished and the furniture is coming in. It should be ready by this sem or latest by next sem. So we will have to assess how the usage is there first, and that goes for the same also for the discussion and meeting rooms at student center. So the location is still not finalized, but it's still under review. I have communicated with the relevant departments regarding this, and that is the conclusion that we came up with. And how would this quiet space be used? The current plan and proposal is for these societies they have to work together and communicate with each other who wants to use at what time. But that will only be for certain times where they can book the whole space for their gatherings. As of now, the current plan is for that to be at night. Every day from maybe 8 to 10 p.m. That is the only time that can be booked. Besides that, it will be a quiet area for any non-Muslim students to enter to carry out their prayers inside there. It's just a quiet space for them to go if they want to. Because I understand there are quite a number of students who, when they're stressed and they want a way to relax and to calm down, they go to conduct prayers. Many may do it in their room, but this is another option. And as for the gathering one, it is so that these societies and these groups, they can go and conduct their prayer session or their meetings at a specific place without disrupting anyone else. Why we are doing this is because when you look at, lately there has been new diversity and inclusivity guidelines that comes not from UTP but actually directly from Petronas, which UTP has to implement. So this is also in support of that move for diversity and inclusivity. That's one. And two, it based on the data that I received from SA itself, there are 5,516 students of the Islamic faith. There are 622 Christian students, 509 Buddhist students, 377 Hindu students, 53 under the others category, 24 are atheists, and 22 are of the Sikhism faith. So you can clearly see the majority of the students in UTP are Muslims, but there is still a very significant number of non-Muslim students who do not have a specific quiet place to conduct their prayers outside of going to church or the temple on other days. The easiest way for me to describe what this place is meant to be like is the surau equivalent for non-Muslims to go out to carry out the prayers. For like the main prayers, like for myself as a Catholic, Sunday go to church. That's that. But if we want to conduct prayers elsewhere in our room, it's doable. But if we want to gather in one place to conduct group prayers, I'm sorry, but the only examples I can give that I'm familiar with of the Catholic faith is our rosary readings, which we do in a group. So we need somewhat of a space that we won't interrupt others, and hopefully others won't interrupt us as well. That is the main goal of this motion. And yes, I think that is all from me. Any questions?
So the floor is open for any questions to constituent of electronic and engineering. Place 6, you may rise and speak.
Right. Right. So, firstly, the first thing that I want to emphasize, I'm not against inclusivity in campus. That first thing, but I just against spending on spaces that a few students use, while we have a lot of things that we need to focus on. The first thing, is because, in my opinion, the usage of this multi-faith room is like not a priority. The usage will be low because I think only if you say the majority is Muslim, only a few students or the minority student who are not, I mean, their faiths are different, which is unfair. To spend university funds on space that is just a few or minority student will get the benefits, while other while we have a lot of things that we need to focus. This is my thank you.
Electronic engineering, you may answer.
Okay, thank you for the question. Okay, so for the initial plan, we won't be spending any unnecessary money on it because, like I said, the V5 common rooms are already planned to be refurbished so that students can use. So what can be done initially is we just use those rooms as it is first. It's just that it is blocked off for those purposes, and it can be booked for those purposes. But at the same time, the location will still be dependent on how many people are actively using that space. If too many people are already actively using that space before it is changed or allocated into a multi-faith choir room, then that location will not be touched, and another lesser used location will be used instead. And at the start, we will not be doing any renovations. We will just use the room as it is. Of course, if it's in a too bad of condition, then it will have to be made nicer a bit, but I'm very sure the cost won't be too much. That's one. And as for why we are still doing this, even though it's a minority, because I would like to highlight again, just now during my presentation, even though it's a minority, it's a significant minority. And I believe that this investment is still necessary because is also for the spiritual needs of the other students on campus. In UTP, our goal is to develop well-rounded graduates, and spirituality is still an important factor in forming well-rounded graduates. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Okay, humanity, management humanities, you may ask your question.
Okay, I would like to ask questions since the main goal is to about inclusivity, right? So I would like to ask you, how do you plan to ensure this space won't be nominated by one particular group or faith? Because as I said, you want to all the inclusivity and everything. So what if what if my so because it is still unclear for me how the room will be managed, how the bookings going to work. So what if like all the weeks being booked by just one group of 8. How will you manage that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, you may answer.
Thank you for the question. So regarding the allocation, that one it will at the end of the day it will come. Sorry, it will come down to the discussion between these groups because these groups actually already exist. They are not official clubs in UTP, but they already exist. So I feel that it's up to the students to they have to discuss to allocate for themselves because we cannot be spoon feeding them with today is only for this group, today is only for that group. If they don't participate and discuss with each other on how they want to separate when can we use this, when can we use again, I feel if they are not going to put in the effort to even just do that discussion, then why? Yeah. And uh And like I said just now, most of the time it will be free and easy. So whoever wants to come in to pray, that at that times it will be a quiet room. So whoever wants to come in to pray, it's up to them. And that is where the inclusivity part comes in. When you pray in the same room, you may be of different faiths, but you see, you observe each other, you learn about each other's faiths, and that I believe is what will make the difference. Does that answer your question?
Yes, you may.
I think it's a bit unclear on. Okay, I know I understand that they have to discuss for with each other. For example, like if my friends from Hindus group and then come to discuss with the Christians, what if the Christians say, "Oh, we already planned to use this room for one whole week or maybe one whole month." So what will happen? How do you manage that situation? How we want to avoid that situation? Because if those happen, it does not really promote inclusivity. It promoting others thing. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
So in regards to that issue, okay. Once again, thank you for the question. So that one, because when it comes to booking, it will still have to go through you booking, right? So maybe for at that point, guidelines can be created, and then it can also allocate like this group is only allowed to use this much time. You cannot like just book the whole week because that would be unfair, lah, like you said. So if there's specific guidelines to manage this, I believe that can be overcome very easily.
Okay, Petroleum Science, you may ask question.
Okay, very impressive idea. I would like just to reconstruct the idea. So what's okay for you? If I ask you the same question back, what if a particular groups conquer the space? What I meant was, what I will mean is, let's just say we have multiple faiths, right? We have so there's uh different ways of praying too. So some chant, some some might do quietly, and some have different ways of praying. You guys get what I'm trying to say, right? So, so let's put it in a real scenario. Let's just say like a group of Christians are praying there. I'm not against any religion. I'm open to this idea, but I'm just trying to figure out how is it gonna become like a reality. So let's just say we have like a group of Christian students or Hindu students, and then another student from different faith they will mesti think twice kan. Let's just say just a group of Christians praying. Now I want to go there. Mesti I think twice kan because all they only it the idea screams inclusivity, but when you think about it, actually I wouldn't want to go there because like they will see me praying and things because these things are really subjective, and that's why we have certain places for people to pray, and the idea says it will increase diversity, but in reality I think when you put all these people in one room, I feel like it's going to be it's not it's not a good idea for me, because you won't know from this we can take out a lot more uh things that can happen, maybe bullying or whatever. So that's my concern.
Okay, constituent for completed information science, you can answer.
Thank you, Speaker. So I want to respond to the question just now. I think the argument from petroleum geoscience is, what if one religion conquer 24/7 the room? And I think it is not a relevant argument because state me one religion that use.
Yeah, it's petroleum science. Correct what your question was.
I'm not saying a group will conquer 24/7. I'm just saying the reality. Look, like they will hesitate to go in. Like another religion, while they are praying, they will like hesitate to. And that's what I'm looking.
Okay, I understand. The room name is multi-religion room. Why you need to hesitate if you are it is a multi-religion room? For first. Second, the religion will discuss with each other. The schedule will be given. Which day will the one of the religion use? So the the problem will not be happen if they are the discussion going well and it is already decided. Okay, maybe Monday or maybe on the weekend, Christian will use it, or maybe other religion will use it. It is not it is not like an open room. You want to use, you just go in and pray. No, it will be a schedule. You will have to book. And
That's what Joshua. That's what Joshua.
Wait. For electronic engineering, you can speak something. Wait. Let him speak something. You want to add to his point or you want to interrupt?
Clarify what's going on. Because both I don't
both?
mean any offense, but both have got a bit of con.
Okay.
I'm very sorry.
You
But
can clarify.
okay, I understand that you're worried about them coming, like there's already a group there, and then another person want to come in and they feel judged. That is the whole stigma we're trying to fight here. It shouldn't be happening. I know it's very idealistic, but that is the stigma we're trying to break. And at the same time, the gathering one, if you want to book a group, that is the one where you have, and it's not that it's going to be booked all the time. It is only going to be booked, only certain timing it can be booked. Right now, the plan 8 to 10 p.m. That is the only time we can. Besides that, it's free and easy things because we are trying to let people see each other, how each different faith prays, so that we don't have to like feel shy when we are praying beside another faith. We are trying to break that stigma. We are not trying to promote that stigma. Does that answer?
So for both of you, does that clarify? Or do you still have questions on this matter?
Can I interrupt you? Hey, sorry. Electrical engineering. Okay. So I understand that you are trying to break the stigma. I'm not opposing the idea. I'm just thinking in a rational way, realistic way. You're trying to break the stigma, but will people eventually, let's just say it got implemented? Can you, how many times you think we will see a lot of people from like multiple faiths will be praying at the same time? Can you imagine? Is it realistic? In a way, you want to break it, yes. That's why we're doing this. But is it realistic? And my another question is, if it's surau, okay. Oh wait. My question. One question. Is this room only for non-Muslim people or every faith?
Yeah, you may speak.
In the current plan is for it to only be for non-Muslims. This was actually advice I got from management actually. To because we don't want any controversies happening. But I am very open to the idea of allowing of sorry not allowing sorry to opening it to all faiths. Okay. And as for the question you had about the prayer part, I believe my colleague from Village 5 will be answering that.
Okay, you may start.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So for answer your question, petroleum geoscience, even I'm talking in a point of all the faiths, different faiths, non-Muslims one. So basically, as we know, they are Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, and everything, right? Not all the faiths will pray in the same time, and not everyone
is willing to go there and pray. You know, some of them, like you mentioned, some of them will be shy, right, to go there. The multi-faith room is for those who wants to pray in a quiet space. As for me, I like to meditate. I like to pray. If I chant, I want a quiet place. In my room, I have my roommate. I don't want to disturb her. So I can go there and pray there. For those who don't like to pray with someone else, they can pray in their room itself. This multi-faith room is for those who have a group of conversation. Like, you know, as my Christian friends, they do have gatherings and discussions. Most of them will pray together. And not all, as for me, Hindu people, they won't go temple or anywhere in a group. They don't really pray in a group. We pray ourselves. But this multi-faith room is for those who want quiet space. As we know, there is no quiet room in UTP anywhere. If we want, we can go to blocks, which is quiet and which is not safe.
Yes, betul Raja Science.
Okay, I understand. I understand. But you said that you don't want to disturb your roommate. You're going to meditate, you're going to chant. Now there's other people praying in the room. So you can disturb them.
Okay.
You don't want to disturb your roommate, but now there's a lot more people.
No, I'm not talking about you're disturbing the other people. You know, when, okay, for example, you want to chant meditation, chant anything, but when you're going there, go to the quiet space, there is already people there. You can go back to your room if you don't want to disturb them.
Then what's the point of multi-faith?
Multi-faith room is, okay, if you want to chant, okay, let me ask you a honest question. You chant loudly, is it? You chant like really loud. No, right? No one
But can hear lah.
can hear. But if anyone feel disturbed, for me lah, if I chant, my roommate will get disturbed. Okay? So that's why
Science.
that's why I want quiet space. Listen.
Betul Raja Science. I advise you to not do any of those gestures while we are in a serious meeting.
So okay, so basically, if that space is when you chanting, anything happens, if any of the students feel disturbed by your chanting or anything, they can say it out to you because that one is for multi-faith room. Anyone can go there and pray. If any of the other religion feel disrupted by you, they can point it out. This one is for the students to be, as electrical engineering mentioned, it's for you to inclusivity. As a Hindu, I want to know how other religions wants to pray. It's not only me. I know a lot of people who wants to learn how we want to respect each other, right? We need to respect. We are living in a multiracial country. We need to respect everyone's religion. Okay? My roommate is a Malay. When she sholat, I respect. Okay? I think every students need to respect each other's religion, no matter where we are. Okay? As we know, when Azan going on, everyone will be quiet, right? So it's like normal thing. We need to respect each other's religion. If the room is it's multi-faith room, but if anyone feel disturbed, the student have the rights to tell them, "Oh, you are disturbing me," or they can go somewhere else. Okay, the room is fully utilized. It's a quiet room, and I think no one will make sounds at the quiet room. Did I answer your question? Sorry for being so rude.
Okay, before you speak, Petroleum Science, I would like to advise to not become so emotional on this meeting and be a little bit professional and not do all those things like you are in a normal discussion. Okay? So ask your question professionally, and when give the answer, please do not react rashly.
Sorry for that just now. Okay. So I understand your point. I'm not pointing fingers to anyone. I really like the idea. I just the some certain black mark there and here. That's why I'm just trying to clarify for your information. If like you said, if they feel disturbed, if they feel disturbed, they can't go and tell I feel disturbed because it's a multi-faith room. The goal is to like tolerate how others pray and all that. So you still can't do that. So that's why I think there's like other possibilities that might occur. Like they may get really disturbed and then bullying or whatever. wait, sorry, let me finish. Electrical engineering. So that's my concern, and I feel like the diversity there already akan won't be so I feel like we are going backwards lah, not to the front. And one important question, uh, is this room kalau if you want to pray, do you have to schedule booking, or is like you said? Oh, okay, let me just tell it from 8 to 10 can schedule booking. Morning time all free, anyone can come and pray. So that's it, right? Okay, so if for non-Muslim people, they already have their surau. Not Muslim people. Muslim people, they already have their surau, and surau comes under NIC, Islamic Council, and there's people to review what's going on, and there's like a management. So this room will be under who, and who will be the? Do you have any potential names of the advisors who are interested, or so I don't know how this room will get managed, and that's one another question.
So, engineering, please answer.
All right, thanks for the concerns. It's really good feedback. Thank you. And okay, for the first concern regarding the whole goal of inclusivity and diversity, the basis to achieve that is give and take. If you cannot even give and take for this type of small matters, how are we as a nation ever going to achieve that true diversity and inclusivity? We have to give and take. If you just take, or you just give, nothing is going to progress. That is the reality. And for the king one, yes, that's correct. What's the last part of your question? Oh yeah, okay. So for the management side, I believe that can be settled with the guidelines, and also that will be towards the further discussion. If this motion is passed, then we will progress into the full on planning for that one. For who will be the advisor and all that. I'm very sure an advisor can be found and a workaround can be developed.
Okay, so I assume that the one more question. Okay, so you are what is petroleum engineering. Okay, you may ask a last question for this motion debate.
Can I have two questions, but short question?
Okay, okay.
So my first question is, you want to start multi-phase room, and do you have any reference or that's already in Malaysia, like they already have the multi-phase room and how they conduct? And the second question, have you done a survey that all the Catholic in Judaism and need this room? And what is their response? For example, they want to relax during stress, really stress, and so on. Is it all of the Catholic pray, or all of them need lah? Even small numbers significant, and how much the numbers that need this room?
You can answer.
Okay, so for the one about the right. So actually there was the survey done. It was more towards the establishment of religious clubs UTP. But then when it was analyzed, it was not strong motion, which is why we edited it in what it is now. And based off that survey, number of respondents wasn't that many, but 56% of the respondents say that there is not enough space or support for religious expression in UTP right now, which is this is one of our initial initiatives to aid with that. And can I get your first question again?
So do you have any preference of the multi-phase room for from in Malaysia lah? Because this is first time I think I'm hearing about multi-phase. And the respondent, how much is 50% out of?
The total respondents for not enough was a total of 75 respondents. And As for within our country, I have not come across any, but I know that it is a very it is quite a usual. It's quite common in other countries. Internationally, it's quite a common thing, especially at airports. That is where I got the initial inspiration.
Okay, so that is the last question for this motion debate. So thank you both members of parliament. So for the next agenda, I would like to invite constituent from electric and electronics engineering once again to give a closing statement. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Okay, so for this motion, I really hope that everyone can approve of it. There's still a lot of refinement to be done. The guidelines are to be developed, and provided that this motion is passed, I would really appreciate the collaboration and teamwork of all members of parliament and any interested party to help with developing the guidelines so that this room can truly promote diversity and inclusivity in UTP and to provide a safe, quiet space for religious expression. And I think that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, electronics and electric engineering, for the statement. So now we will move on to the first order of business for today, which is approval of motions voting session. So the members of parliament agree with the motion, establishment of a multi-faith quiet room at UTP. Please raise your hand. Okay, you may lower. The members of parliament disagree with the motion, establishment of a multi-faith quiet room at UTP. Please raise your hand. Okay, you may lower your hand. Order. I now have the results of the vote, and the results are as follows. The number of MP that agree is 5, while the number of MP that disagree is 13. And the number of MP that put on hold is, I think, 3. Wait, who was on hold? 1, 2. Who didn't raise up their hand? 2. Okay, 2. So, order. The motion is rejected. Okay, so we have settled for our first motion. So we'll now move on to our second motion, which is installation of covered walkways across campus for student protection and campus accessibility. Now I would like to invite constituent from Village 3 to present the motion. The floor is yours.
Yes. Okay. So, may I know time allocation for my presentation? Be good.
What?
My time allocation for my presentation. The time allocation.
The time.
Good.
Sorry, yeah. 2 minutes, right? Wait, let me look.
Oh my god. Okay.
Let me look at the rules once again, okay?
Okay.
7 minutes. Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good evening, Honorable Speaker, fellow students, Parliament members and respective leaders. So, before I start my motion presentation, first I would like to ask a question to all of you. Have you guys ever experienced stood at the edge of a walkway getting drenched by rain, or blazing under hot sun just trying to make it on time to your next class? Yes. I already expected the answers from all of you, and the majority would be a yes, and you can't deny that. So now, how about you imagine a campus where every path you take, rain or shine, it is shaded, safe, and also comfortable? Yes, this is what students want, and this is what we are trying to bring up. So today, I stand before you not just to propose a roofing tiles or just a structure of steels. It is a vision of a purpose and a protection. So first of all, let we first acknowledge the challenges that what our students face right now. So we walk on this campus every day, but far too often do we realize that actually students are forced to choose between commitment and comfort. These two options cannot be an option at all. Comfort and commitment. So let's say, I give you an example. During the heavy rain, the students ask themselves like, do I risk getting soaked by the rain or skip the lecture? Or maybe during the sunny days, do I suffer blazing under hot sun or try to find any other ways to my next lecture? So this is a very crucial problem where it may seem small, but actually it affects the punctuality, health, and also the students' academic experience. And for students with mobility difficulties, where they don't have any vehicles or maybe micro mobility, this is not just an inconvenience, it is a barrier to inclusion. So that's why I propose today is to expand the covered walkways in UTP, where this initiative can cover and overcome students' problem that is crucial that I mentioned before. And I'm sorry. So let's break down to my motion. So this motion purposes is actually to expand and complete the existed covered walkways in UTP. So if you notice that there are several pathways in UTP that already existed, but most of them are disconnected where this can leave students exposed when they are trying to move from villages, cafes, or even activity student centers. So these proposal goals are trying to connect this existed segment to form a continuous sheltered pedestrian walkways in UTP to support student daily movement, especially during the harsh weather. Okay, so let's move on to the objective of my motion. So we discovered five important objective of our motion is that first, to complete and connect the existing network of covered pedestrian walkways across UTP. Second, to enhance daily student comfort and well-being by reducing exposure to harsh weather conditions. Third, to improve accessibility and safety on campus, particularly for students with health conditions and mobility challenges. Fourth, to reduce class delays and absenteeism caused by weather-related obstacles. And the last one, to promote a supportive and inclusive campus environment that reflects UTP's commitment to student welfare and provides equitable infrastructure for all. So, few days before, me and my team did a visit around the UTP campus area. And why we did this is we're trying to find an ideal and discover where should we implement this motion and find an ideal layout plan for the complete covered walkway. So we come up with a report. So this report contains. So this is the report. So this report contains the objective of our motion, where what I present just now, and then the statistic and data collection based on our surveys we conducted, and then the condition of incomplete rooftop in UTP. Fifth, the layout plan of our motion, and then the student challenges resulting from uncovered campus roads, and the last one, obviously, the conclusion of my motion. So I would give this report after my presentation to all of you, maybe the speaker, okay? So there are a few areas that I would like to highlight based on our motion that we need to implement this motion is first, V3 to pocket D, V3 to V4 block, V5 to pocket C, in between V3 to V5 blocks, and V1 connections. And there are few routes that we would like to highlight, but most of them are in the layout plan. So we also did a survey to collect important data and details. So based on the surveys, the data that we have collected is that okay, 84% of our respondents is UG students and 60% of them are foundation students and none of them from postgraduate students. 85% of them work between villages and academic blocks on daily, about 85%. And then 88% of them often experience discomfort due to weather, rain, or sun while working on campus. And 30 of them occasionally experience it. And we also asked them a suggestion and recommendation of route that maybe they would like to suggest to us that we should include in our motion and report. So we considered. And the last question is that 89% of them strongly agree with this motion. 11 of them disagree, and just a student who are being neutral with our motion. So based on those data, it reflects the university's responsibility to protect student welfare and providing an environment where learning and well-being are not interrupted by a simple and basic thing as the weather. So for me, this motion is realistic, where it doesn't demand an immediate campus-wide overhaul. So, sorry. So I recommend to have a phase expansion where we start with the high priority route or gets in UTP. I think that is all from me. Thanks.
Thank you, constituent from Village 3. So now I open the floor to questions about the motion. If anyone wants to ask, you can raise your hand. Anyone? No question? Oh, okay. Okay, Village 6. You may ask your question.
Right. Basically, the idea is good, but the first thing that I want to argue is about the form. Your response overview only is about 135 response. In UTP, we have 1,000 students, 7,000. Sorry, and
Wait, do you want to clarify something?
and
Village 3.
I know you guys emphasize for those who are walking to class and then and so on. And my question, if you see the roadmap in B3 to Pocket D, the building or I mean the block between village to village is very close. I think students already have accessibility to walk. And uh, and if you see a lot of students sometimes they are get wet because of the heavy rain. And I ask you again, if you see any IPTA or any institution in Malaysia who do a walkway, I mean the walkway that they are create or they are built are very are not. I mean, I mean that cover 100% from heavy rain. That's my question. So how you can avoid them when you say student are not come to class is because coming late to class because they are some because they are hot heavy hot on the morning or heavy rain. So, I mean, what is your let's see the focus because a lot, I believe the student are not coming late or not attend the class is because of the heavy rain or because of the heavy hot in the morning. That's my question. I hope. Alright.
Okay, you may ask. Yeah, answer.
Basic record frequency. So for the 135 responding, I think that is BCP's surveys, right? The 135 surveys that he mentioned just now is from BCP.
So how many respondents do you have actually?
So we have the same amount of respondent as what VCP had. Yeah. It's about 161. 116. I'm sorry. So, second question is, what is your question again?
Can? Alright. Alright. So, okay, let's be not too serious. Okay, my first argument is what your response. You said your response is around two, 113. So, we have 7,000 students in UTP, and you guys are emphasized and will all focus on students who are walk to go to class. And a lot of them, and I believe a lot of students that walk is for foundation student. Okay. Okay.
Can I ask your question first because I might getting.
Oh, and then my next question, you see about your plan, I try to create a new one walkway. It's not create I mean to connect again BGB3 to Bukit D, but the village to village, I mean the location is very close, from village from block to another block.
Okay, so regarding the respondents, it's about 116 students respond. So what influenced these numbers of students is because the time that we've given, that the time that we have given, because we know that the motion release was quite late, right? So we continued the survey after the motion being approved. We did a survey before, but we stopped and then continue after the motion published. So, and secondly, you mentioned that most of the student work is from the foundation student. Do you believe that most of my friends and me myself walk around the campus and don't have any vehicle? Because let's say, I give an example. V3 to Pocket D. Let's say there's like heavy rain and there's a lot of cats. They need to um they need to they need to cross. So as they arrive at the lecture hall, maybe they are getting wet and being uncomfortable with with the wet clothes. So
Speak, let us speak. Let us speak first.
okay, so and then about uh I give this.
Okay, management humanities, you may help.
Okay, so I would like to answer your question about the form. I think we both agree that it is hard for us to even get response. You can see your government side form only get 100 respondent and then you make conclusion that everyone needs the room. Okay. And then when you say about our village is close to each other, that's why we say please have a look at our layout where we want to implement this. We are not implementing between the the village block. What she meant by V3 to Pocket D is from the crossroad between V3 to Pocket D, the crossroad. That's where we implement Sabah. And then and then you can say that it's just a short walkway. You won't get drenched. Have you ever tried to walk there? And then and then I have another, and then it's just a short way. And then, for example, I'm staying at V4. First, I have to cross from V4 to V3. It's a short way. And then from V3 to Pocket D, another short way. And then we combine. I already dredge after that. And then I would like to emphasize to everyone, like, our main point here is we want to provide comfortability, and we want our students here in UTP to feel comfort attending the class. It's not just about being wet and everything. If you are drenched in rain, will you be comfortable for quizzing in class? I would like to emphasize our one of the main stakeholder in UTP is students. So why are we fighting for the comfortness for our priority? Why are we priority our students? So why are you questioning that you can just cross that? So are we going to ignore that they are not comfort here? And that's why it can be one of the main reasons why we are losing students in maybe they choose to others. And then you are saying that, oh, other IPTA can just ignore and just buat shock go away. You just mentioned that we want to break stigma yang dah biasa in our country apa semua.
English.
I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Wait. Can I ask a question? So you mentioned that a short way between V4 to V3 and then V3 to Pocket D. Yes, I also walk too. But as I remember during my foundation years, basically every student will get one UTP umbrella, right?
Yeah.
So that should cover the
So
short distance.
I will pass your questions to our V3. Thank you. Guys, I would like to emphasize again about the umbrella we have. Do all of you still have your own umbrella right now? Yes. So this proves that the umbrella is not convenient at all. Okay?
Okay, village 6. Wait, village 6 first. Oh, okay.
Basically, what she trying to say is you won't have not all the time you're gonna go from your room to somewhere to your class. There will be times where people finish class and then it knows rain or anything. So you have to. There's other possibilities too. That's what she meant.
Okay, village 6. You can ask your question.
Okay, so my first declaration, I also do my foundation in UTP. So during my foundation, I still walk to the class. So and then you see about there are some, for example, from V3 to Pocket D, there are miss rooftop there, because my experience based on the short distance, and I think if we rain, there is no chance to get 100% wet. You guys understand what I mean? Alright, that is my argument.
Okay, I answer the question first.
Okay, so look back where you come from. Let's say, okay, I ask you, V6, from V3 to Pocket D, where are you coming from? Like, where do you live?
Okay, during my foundation, I live in V1 and my class at Pocket D, I walk from V1 go to V2, V2 go to V3, and then from V3, I walk and then I cross. I cross from V3 to Pocket D, that the distance that you mentioned.
Okay, second question. Like, along the path, the path is covered with roof.
I can say yes, like I say, because the distance from block to block is very close. And then only I mean, because if you say there are some road that are are not covered, it's not too long. I mean, it's not like it's just like maybe 8 meter, 5 meter. It's not too long. The chances to get wet is very. It's not for me. The reason that you or the back the thing that you want to bring is not ideal for me.
Okay, petroleum users, you can answer.
To answer that question, let me ask you all. Let me ask you, why are we keep looking at the back? Why are we keep looking at the front? Because we have to do something about it. That's why we it up at should you keep talking about the month that it's okay. And how can you say radar dalam hidup? You can't say that because hujan sikit ke banyak ke? Kalau hujan, kalau if the rain heavy or mild or whatever, you can't tell the students to just you what do I radar like you can just you can you can't just let it go. You can't just let the problem go. We have to try fix it. Let's not just talk about the past. We have to do something because. And one more thing, just now you can't deny that a lot of people walk to class. That thing you can't deny. So yeah, we have to look in the future. And what we are trying to say is to by covering those certain spots, we would be able to solve a lot more indirect things like people not going to class because of weather conditions and also tests most importantly if they don't have vehicles.
Okay, petroleum engineering, you can ask question.
I'm not asking question. I just want to answer for village seats.
Okay, okay.
Okay, thank you village seat for the concern. So, if you're talking like we are just small space that uncovered and we can just run. So, for example, that morning, I give some scenario. So I don't have umbrella because during foundation I lost something like that happened. Then when I was wake up in the morning, I want to go class at 8 a.m. and then it was heavy rain. Then I think, and I can say between the V5 to pocket C, there's uncovered area. So when I wake up and it's heavy rain, I don't have umbrella. I can say that better I go sleep, continue my sleep.
I agree. Weather is unpredictable.
Yeah, because no, I mean, maybe the situation is not occur every time. But if there's covered area, then people will say that, and we can go class as usual, even heavy rain, even we have. So you can you can see on the what is the advantage that we can get, and yes, we also need to see what is the disadvantage. But what is if the advantage is more and encourage student to go to class, then why not we have?
Okay, electronics and electrical engineering, you can ask a question.
Thank you, Speaker. Okay, so I understand your proposal. You want to have the walkway, the cover walkway and all that. But I myself, I cycle to class, sometimes walk. If it rains, I'm gone. But but the many of the places that you are proposing to put the cover walkway is at major roads, the B3 part, and then the brick roads also, right? And that one also once in a while, heavy vehicles to pass. So if you want to allow heavy vehicles to pass, the the roof will have to be very high. And the moment the roof is high, when it rains, it sort of doesn't make any difference. Personally, there are some places which already have that, and walk there, you walk outside the shade or inside the shade, you're still going to be as drenched. Yeah. So that's my main point and my concern regarding it, because I wouldn't want the roof to be built and then at the end of the day, back to the same problem. Thank you.
Okay, petroleum engineering, you can answer it.
Uh, Thank you, electrical engineering. So I think, uh, so in my opinion, what I want to ask, I want to answer. Uh, yeah, as you can see that we have already new roof at the between the V1 court, right? The new walkway there, and I sometimes go there and during like 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. So the sun is on the right or on the left. So the roof is not functioning right. So there's the even though we have the uh underway rooftop like that. So we have to predict that unpredictable. we we maybe we can solve some problem and a new problem will come out. So like the like the heavy vehicle to pass through that the like with your permission speaker at the bomber lane, right? The heavy vehicle will go there, and so we need to have the higher rooftop. Maybe rooftop over there we need to think twice to make rooftop between V3 and V4. For example, like the common that used by the student to walk is we need to think.
Wait, for student support unit, do you want to ask or do you want to clarify something? Okay, you can ask.
Um, First of all, very good afternoon to everyone. So I would like to say one of my strong opinions on this motion and what I want, some sort of rebuttal to what electrical have said. So he said that when we are proposing when our colleagues here are proposing, like especially at the main road and so on, it will not be as affecting because the roof is going to be very high. But as someone who walks on a regular basis, as someone who does not own a vehicle nor a license, and someone who really uses walkway very much, even if there is a tall tall roof,
it will somehow function properly. Maybe it will not be able to at 100% block the rain. If you're implying that it will not be 100% functional, then the logic also implies to the current and existing walkways, because if there is a very heavy downpour, strong winds, with the permission of speaker, tempias, the people will be also be affected by those rain at the end of the day. Because if we were to actually solve this problem 100%, if we want to actually this walkway to be 100% effective, might as well build a tunnel. Why not? Why bother building a walkway? Because if we were to actually build a tunnel, we will be able to block entirely the sunlight, the rain, and it problem solved. But it's costly, and right now they are proposing a roof walkway. So that's why I'm saying it's better to have something rather than nothing. Because if there is actually a rooftop, it will eventually block the sunlight at one point. And for current and existing walkways, just and because of our Earth rotating and the sun will the the placement of the sun at the sky will eventually shift. And at one point or another, we will eventually be hit by the sunlight. So if you are implying that, the walkway is not 100% effective, then that implication, this kind of logic also goes all towards all the walkways that are currently existing. So if we were to actually solve this kind of problem, might as well build a tunnel. So that's why I'm really, um, have strong opinions on this matter and really hope this motion to be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Student Support. So, Ministry, do you want to say anything or do you want to conclude? Do I have any other questions to Village 3? Okay, so no questions anymore. So for the next agenda, I would like to invite Village 3 to give a closing statement. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, so thank you for all the parliament members that is actually supporting my motion today. I'm very glad. Okay, so I repeat, in conclusion, this motion, we are providing comfortability to the students, and this is the basic needs of the student to attend classes. And attend classes is what is the purpose they are here in UTP today, not for events, not for sports, not for chit chat or gossiping or lepak with friends. So I think if this simple motion can't be passed in this parliament, then who are we serving right now? We are serving for the students. The basic needs. This is the basic needs that what we should provide to the students. I think that is all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, constituents for Village 3. Now we will move on to the second order of business for today, the approvals of motions voting session. So the members of parliament agree with the installation of covered walkways across campus for student protection and campus accessibility. Please raise your hand. Okay, you may lower your hands. So next, the members of parliament disagree with the motion. Installation of covered walkways across campus for student protection and campus accessibility. Please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Okay, order. I now have the results of the vote, and the results are as follows. The number of MP that agree is 13. The number of MP that disagree is 1. This and the number of MP that put on hold is also 13. So 13 people put on hold, including of the absentees. Okay. Understand? Understand? Everyone?
Well,
Make it clear?
what's the issue now? Nah, because
The issue is about for people on hold. It's actually for people who don't raise their hands and for those who didn't come. Okay?
But the first motion, you didn't count the absent student
Wait.
speaker.
For the first motion, we will get back to it. But for the second motion, so what I said is the current voting for now. So order. The motion is accepted. So all of our motions have been successfully presented and concluded. So we will have a break for 5 minutes. I don't think we will go anywhere. Wait, 10 minutes. So I don't think we will go anywhere and just remain here until the committee settles the voting. Okay.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve, and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve, and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve, and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve, and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve, and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand. To serve, and represent the responsibility of what mentioned in this section.
Please rise to welcome the arrival of Parliament Secretary, host, and Vice Speaker. Everyone, please be seated. Now, we will start with motions. Now, we will start with motion resolution session that led by the Vice Speaker. Mr. Vice Speaker, the floor is yours.
Okay, sorry for the confusion just now. So without further ado, I welcome everyone. So we will continue our session with the motion resolution. Honorable members, we have now concluded our debate on this motion. I would like to commend all members for their active participation and constructive contributions. So I would like to highlight one point of it. To ensure transparency, we have drawn a line that when we count for the vote of the MPs, we only count those who are present for this parliament. Okay? So let me clarify. The MPs who are present for today's sitting are 21 out of 27. So, after considering the points raised and various perspectives shared, I hereby announce the resolution of this motion as follows. For the first motion, establishment of a multi-faith quiet room at UTP. This is the first motion. The number of MPs who agreed to this motion are 5. The number of MPs who disagreed on this motion are 13. And the number of MPs who put on hold for this motion is 3. So, the motion establishment of a multi-faith quiet room at UTP is rejected. For the second motion, installation of covered walkways across campus for student protection and campus accessibility. The number of MPs who agreed are 13. The number of MPs who disagreed on this are 1. And the number of MPs who put on hold for this motion are 7. So, the motion installation of covered walkways across campus for student protection and campus accessibility is approved. Okay. Let this resolution reflect our collective commitment to meaningful discourse and progress. This parliamentary sitting too will be adjourned until the third sitting, which will be announced 1 month before the next sitting. Thank you. For the next session, I will pass the floor to the MC.
Thank you, Vice Speaker. As we conclude today's Parliament session, I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone for their participation, dedication, and efforts in making this event a success. May today's Parliament session serve as a foundation for positive change in our student body. Before we adjourn, I would like to invite the Media and Promotion Department to lead the photography session.
Okay, hi everyone. Can I have the host to go in front of the table there? And Li tengah Li. Nampak? Ha? Kau kena? Tak. Okay, so for the right side, Can you guys move one seat to your right, starting from Lutfi? Anjak satu seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we end, do take some time to scan the QR code and fill in the feedback form. Have a great evening and stay safe. All members of parliament, before you leave, Please collect your food package and gather at Undercroft Stairs for group photo. Thank you.
Defense apa?